Hello, my dear dreamers. It's Gertrude. Welcome back to another quiet evening. Another little story meant to carry you into rest. Tonight, our tale drifts across the sea to a land of emerald hills and old songs that never quite fade. A place where the mists roll like silk ribbons through the valleys, and where the stars seem close enough to touch. Tonight we journey to Ireland, to a time when the veil between worlds was as thin as spider silk, when whispers of the Otherworld still wandered through the trees. So before we begin, let's set down the weight of the day. Let the worries fade, and let the world grow a little softer around the edges. Before we begin tonight's story, my dear, let's take a few moments to slow down together. You've made it through another day, and now it's time to rest, to set the world down for a little while. Find a comfortable place. Pull your blanket close. Let the night cradle you. Perhaps you can hear the quiet hum of the evening or the soft rhythm of your own breath. Let's begin there. Breathe in through your nose for 4 counts. 1, 2, 3, 4. Breathe out through your mouth for 6 counts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Again. In through your nose. 1, 2, 3, 4. Out through your mouth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Your shoulders soften. Your jaw unclenches. Your heart slows. Your mind grows quiet. 3rd breath. Inhale. 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 4th breath. Breathe in calm and safety. 1, 2, 3, 4. Breathe out all tension. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Final breath. Inhale peace. 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale everything you no longer need. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let your breathing return to its natural rhythm. Feel your chest rise and fall like the tide. Notice the calm now resting over your body. You are safe here. You are warm. you are loved. The day is behind you now. The night is soft and kind. Now, as we transition into our tale, let the words carry you into the world of myth and wonder. In the ancient days, when the veil between worlds was thin as spider silk, there lived in the rolling green hills of Ireland a young lass named Elowen. She was no ordinary girl. Her hair shimmered like the raven's wing under moonlight, and her eyes held the deep blue of the ocean depths. Elowen dwelled in a humble, thatched cottage on the edge of a whispering forest, where the trees spoke secrets to those who truly listened. This forest, known as the Glen of Echoes, was said to be a gateway to the Otherworld, the realm of the Tuatha Dé Danann, the Shining Ones, the fairy folk who once ruled the Emerald Isles with magic and grace. Her days were filled with simple joys, tending to her garden of wildflowers, gathering herbs by the babbling brook, and listening to the tales spun by her grandmother, Old Maeve, a seer blessed, or perhaps cursed, with the gift of second sight. "Child," Maeve would say, her voice crackling like dry leaves by the fire, "the old gods still walk among us." The Dagda with his cauldron of plenty, the Morrigan with her raven cloak, and the fair Sheed who dance under the hill. But beware the Fomorians, the dark ones from the sea, for they covet what is bright and pure. As Maeve spoke, Elowen would sit cross-legged beside the fire, eyes wide, heart steady, feeling that deep hum of truth beneath her grandmother's words. Even the flames seemed to listen. Even the shadows leaned closer. And though she was young, Elowen felt the pulse of something ancient in her blood, as though her very breath belonged to both worlds. Outside, the rain would hush against the roof, and the scent of peat smoke would curl through the air. Ireland held its breath, waiting, as it often did, for another story to be born. The next day arrived wrapped in silver mist, the kind that softens edges and hushes every path. Elowen woke before the kettle sang, before the robins took their places on the hawthorn branches. Old Maeve slept by the hearth, a wool blanket tucked under her chin, breathing slow and even. Elowen watched her for a moment, a small smile at the corner of her mouth, and then, quiet as a cat, she slipped on her cloak and stepped outside. The world smelled of wet grass and peat, and the faint, clean breath of the sea. A soft pearled light lay over the hills. She followed the brook she'd always known, the one that chattered its own stories and made lace where it ran over stones. Today the brook was a guide. Today the forest knew her name. The Glen of Echoes welcomed her the way an old friend does, with a knowing silence. The trees here, alder and ash, oak and hazel,
held themselves with a certain dignity, their trunks wreathed in moss, their roots like resting animals. Every leaf wore a bead of water, every fern bowed its frond as she passed. Somewhere in the understory, a wren stitched tiny notes into the stillness. Elowen walked until the path became no path at all, only a feeling, a tug at the ribs, a gentle pull like a tide within the body. Foxgloves lined a narrow corridor between two ridges, their bells faintly chiming as if a thumb brushed them. She reached out and let one bloom touch the back of her hand. Warm somehow, alive in its own quiet way. The corridor opened into a hidden glade bounded by ancient standing stones, tall lichen-braided sentinels etched with swirling ogham marks. They held a soft light of their own, as if the mist itself had decided to glow. Elowen stood at the threshold and felt something inside her go very still, then very bright. This place was older than language, older than the names men gave to rivers and hills. This was a doorway. At the centre of the glade rose a great oak, a giant with arms that reached not only toward the sky but into it. The bark was the colour of old tea. The roots were a family of sleeping dragons. At the base of the trunk, where the roots curved together in a cradle, a flower grew. It was small as a cupped palm, and yet it filled the space with light. Petals white as milk and veined with gold, as if sunlight had written upon them with a hair-thin pen. It did not glow like a candle, but like memory, soft, inward, unafraid. Elowen's breath caught. She knew it before she named it. The eternal bloom.
Her grandmother's tales rose up around her. A blossom that opened once in 700 years. A gift of the ley lines. A promise from the bones of the land. Not a trinket, not something to be plucked and pocketed. Something to meet, and if it willed, something to receive. "Mortal child," said a voice. Not loud, not harsh, but everywhere at once, like wind through reeds or water under ice. Elowen turned, and the mist parted with a courteous bow. He stood at the edge of the stones, tall, luminous, his hair a fall of winter rivers, his eyes carrying constellations she had never seen. His cloak was woven of dew strands and spider thread, and at his throat, a brooch of living emerald breathed with the faint rise and fall of a leaf. "What seeks thee in this sacred place?" Elowen's heart fluttered like a small bird, and then found a steady perch. She did not kneel. She did not run. She placed both hands over her heart, the way Maeve had taught her, when greeting a presence older than time. "I seek nothing but wonder," she said, voice low, steady. "The world above grows dim. My grandmother fades. The hedgerows whisper of shadows at the sea's edge. If this bloom holds light, might it mend what is broken? The stranger's gaze was moon still and sea deep. When he stepped closer, the standing stones hummed. The ower marks a soft chorus. He inclined his head the way kings do when they remember love. "I am Lyrian," he said, "of the Tuatha Dé Danann." He didn't say prince, but the glade knew it. The eternal bloom is a covenant. It opens not to want, nor to grief alone, but to worthiness, measured by 3 trials, of the heart, the mind, and the spirit. Fail, and you will wander the mists until your name forgets you. Succeed, and the land will drink light again. Elowen listened to her own breath, to her pulse, to the careful space between. "I am not a warrior," she confessed. "I am a gardener, a listener, a keeper of small things." "The land requires all kinds of courage," Lyrian replied. "A blade is a simple answer. The heart is more difficult." He lifted a hand. The mist gathered in his palm like wool, spun into a slender thread, and tied itself in a knot that glowed faintly gold. "A binding of safe passage," he said. "While you walk the trials, the forest will know you. It will make way if you make way within." Elowen stepped closer, and he looped the thread lightly around her wrist. It was weightless, warm as breath. The glade shifted, not outward, inward. The standing stones seemed to turn, the oak to lean, the petals of the bloom to tilt, as if watching a child take first steps. A path unrolled along the moss, narrower than the span of 2 feet, as if the forest wished to keep her small enough to listen. Far off, a harp plucked a single note that hung in the air like a droplet before it falls. "The first trial lies under hill," Lyrian said, "where joy is a river and forgetting its undertow. Walk softly, Elowen." She looked once more at the bloom. It pulsed, soft like a sleeping thing, then settled. She bowed to it, not as one bows to treasure, but to a living elder. When she straightened, Lyrian was gone. Only the glade remained, ancient and attentive. The path carried her through hazel stands and over knuckled roots. She walked as Maeve had taught her, heel, ball, toes, offering a thought of thanks to each place her foot pressed. Lights began to appear in the undergrowth, not like flames, more like thoughts of flames. Will-o'-the-wisps with pale skirts and mischievous patience. They kept their distance, bobbing, conferring, as if deciding what music to play for this mortal. The earth began to rise, gentle as a breath, until the path came to a hill shivering with clover. In its side a door had opened, not carved, not built, simply decided. A round of darkness circled by runes that ticked like soft clocks. Elowen stood at the threshold and let her eyes adjust. Inside, warm gold, laughter, a low bright music like water over bright stones. She stepped through. The hollow hill was larger than it should have been, shaped by joy and song. Tables of polished wood curved like rivers, their surfaces laid with fruits and cheeses and breads that steamed lightly in the air. Banners of summer hung from the earthen vault. And everywhere, the Aoshi, fair folk radiant as noon, or as twilight, or as that hour when the sea looks made of glass. The air changed around Elowen, tasting of apple peel and honey mead, of green fields in full sun. A golden laughter moved toward her like a shawl. She turned and saw the queen of the She rise. Onya, goddess of love and of summer, wore a crown of hawkbit and a dress the colour of ripened wheat. Her eyes held merriment and memory both. When she smiled, the banners breathed. "Welcome, mortal child," Onya said, her voice a meadow. "You have come to the first crossing of the heart." Elowen bowed her head, and the binding on her wrist warmed, as if pleased by her humility. Onya's hand lifted, and 2 attendants came forward, each bearing a small burden. One, a goblet carved from crystal that held mead glowing like dawn. The other a rose, crimson and thorned, dewy as if it had just woken. "Choose," Onya said gently, without threat. "The goblet promises unending delight, song without sorrow, laughter without ache, but it will unhook your heart from memory. The rose promises love that endures, and with it the bramble, the thorn, the tear. Joy with the ache that makes it real." Elowen looked at the goblet, at the way the liquid caught the light. She could almost hear a life inside it. Soft hands, perpetual laughter. No nights of sitting awake while someone you love breathes unevenly. She looked at the rose, and her thumb pricked just seeing it. She thought of Maeve's wrinkled hands, of the sound her grandmother made when she stood from her chair, that small like a door opening. She thought of gardens after storm, broken stems lifted, tied, and yet flowers blooming the next day, more fragrant for the rain. "Joy without memory is hollow," she said at last, and her voice didn't tremble. "I take the rose." Onya's face softened, something like pride passing over it like sun. "Then your heart knows its own weight," she murmured. Elowen reached. The thorns found her gently, pinpricks that startled and then warmed. Where they touched, little petals bloomed along her skin, pale as blush, vanishing almost at once, leaving only a fragrance she could not name. The hollow hill exhaled. The attendants bowed. Music brightened and then quieted again. "Go with this," Onya said. And for a moment, her voice was not a goddess's voice, but a grandmother's. Soft, ordinary, perfect. "Love will hurt you. That is how you know it is alive. Do not run. Tend it." Elowen bent her head in thanks. When she looked up, the hill had changed. The tables far away, the banners now lullabies. A breeze entered the place where there should have been none, tasting of heather and far cliffs. The door she had entered through was before her again. Circle of dark, circle of return. She stepped back into the glen's cool light. The standing stones waited the way good friends wait, without impatience. The oak lifted its great arms and let a small rain of acorns patter around its feet. Elowen touched the binding at her wrist. It was warm as a hand. The rose she had chosen was nowhere visible, yet she felt it. A new steadiness in the ribcage. A calm that held even the ache without flinching. At the glade's edge, the mist thinned and gathered, thinned and gathered, and Lyrian appeared, as if the world had blinked him into place. "You chose with both courage and tenderness," he said, a smile like starlight in a well. "The heart brings its own winter and its own spring. You've learned which season to plant." Elowen let a breath out she hadn't known she was holding. "What comes next?" "The mind," Lyrian said softly, "where riddles sound like waves and answers walk on cliff edges." He gestured, and the glade shifted again. Not merely a path this time, but a sense of sky, of wind combing water, of distance you can hear. For a moment, Elowen felt she stood at the lip of something vast. The page of the land turned with a patient hand. "Rest a moment," Lyrian added, gentler still. "The trials wait for no one, but they respect a steady breath." Elowen sat at the oak's root and closed her eyes. She listened to the green hush, to the slow work of growing things. Somewhere, far off, the sea put its shoulder against the shore, again and again, never hurried, never tired. When she stood, the thread at her wrist glimmered faintly, as if it had learned her heartbeat. Lyrian inclined his head. The standing stones hummed in agreement. "Ready," Elowen whispered. And the forest, pleased, opened the way toward the western cliffs, where the mind would meet its measure, and the wind would ask its questions. The sun was sinking behind the western cliffs, the air painted in gold and rose and violet. Elowen walked toward that fading light, her cloak heavy with dew, her thoughts quiet and round as stones in a riverbed. The land changed beneath her feet, soft forest earth giving way to open moor, and then to jagged cliffs where the wind sang in wild, wordless voices. Far below, waves crashed against dark rock, their rhythm steady as a heartbeat that had been pulsing long before she was born. At the edge of the world, she saw her reflection caught in the mist, half mortal, half myth. A girl walking between breathing and dream. Lyrian's voice came faintly, as though it rode the wind itself. "Here waits the keeper of knowledge and fate. The Morrigan sees all paths, but answers none without cost." Elowen stepped closer to the brink, the ocean air stinging her cheeks. And from the stones beside her, a raven rose. It circled once, its cry sharp and clear, then landed upon a dolmen slick with moss. The bird shimmered, feathers turning to fabric, wings to arms, and before her stood the Morrigan, clad in dark robes that rippled like water in moonlight. Her eyes were the colour of storm and prophecy. "So, mortal child," she said, voice both one and many, "you have passed through the heart's garden. Now we shall see if your mind walks with wisdom or wanders in circles." Elowen bowed her head in respect, though her knees trembled slightly. "I will face what you ask." The Morrigan's lips curved, not in kindness, but in amusement. She lifted her hand, and a riddle fell into the air, each word glowing faintly with golden mist. "The more you take, the more you leave behind. What am I?" The waves struck the cliffs below. The wind tugged at Elowen's hair, whispering old Irish words she could almost remember. She closed her eyes and breathed. "What do you take that leaves traces? Gold? Time? Steps?" Maeve's voice echoed faintly in her mind. "The land remembers every path you walk, even when you forget it." Her eyes opened. "Footsteps," she said softly. "It's footsteps. The more you take, the more you leave behind." For a long moment, the Morrigan said nothing. Then she smiled, and in that smile was the deep pride of an ancient teacher. "Clever as the druids of old," she murmured. "You carry their echo, though you were never trained by their fires." She extended her hand. From the air materialized a slender torque, a golden neck ring shaped like two entwined serpents, their eyes small flickers of light. "Take this," the Morrigan said. "It is the talk of wisdom. It will warm when falsehood approaches, and it will glow when truth is near. But remember," her voice softened into something that might have been almost maternal, "wisdom is not the same as knowing." Elowen bowed and took the gift. The moment it touched her skin, she felt something shift, as if 1,000 hidden doors in her mind had opened a crack, and light was seeping in. When she looked up again, the Morrigan was gone. Only a single raven feather remaining on the stone. The wind carried it upward, and it vanished into the dusk. Elowen wrapped her cloak tighter. The cliffs hummed beneath her feet, the sea singing its endless lullaby far below. She turned inland, the golden talk warm against her throat, a heartbeat of its own. As she walked, the land softened again, grass giving way to sand, and sand to slick stones where the waves kissed the shore. Here the moon hung low, silver and full, casting a white road across the sea. It was there that she saw them. Figures dancing in the surf, their laughter like bells under water. They shimmered, half human, half seal, and she knew them at once. The Selkies, keepers of the tide between two worlds. They turned toward her, smiling, their eyes bright and unafraid. One, woman tall and graceful, stepped forward, her hair long as kelp, her sealskin folded neatly beside her. "I am Celine," she said, her voice the rhythm of waves breaking on sand. "You have walked far from hearth and field, little one." Elowen will know hesitated, and then spoke truthfully. "I seek to heal the fading in my land. And my grandmother, she grows weaker with each moon. I was told the eternal bloom may hold the power to restore what has been lost." Celine nodded slowly. "The bloom is a sacred song, but only those who have faced their own silence can hear it. The sea knows silence. Come, sit with us a while." They sat upon the rocks, and Celine began to sing, a tune without words, older than language, woven from the hush between waves. Elowen closed her eyes. The song flowed through her bones, washing away every edge of fear. When it ended, Celine pressed a shell into Elowen's hand, spiraled, small, but humming with power. When storms rise, within or without, hold this to your ear. It will remind you of calm. It will help you hear what hides behind noise. Elowen thanked her. The Selkies smiled once more, then slipped into the waves, seals again, gliding like moonlit shadows through the surf. Elowen stood a long while, listening to the sea breathe. Her heart felt fuller, her mind clearer, as though both had been rinsed clean by salt and song. But when she turned inland again, a new chill had entered the air. The horizon darkened. The wind carried whispers of something vast and heavy. The Fomorians were stirring. The dark ones from the northern sea, whose eyes gleamed with envy of the light. And though Elowen had passed 2 trials, the hardest lay ahead. The trial of the spirit, where even courage trembles. She walked toward the boglands, guided by the faint warmth of the talk at her throat, and the memory of Celine's song still in her chest. The air thickened, cool and wet. Lanterns of mist drifted low, and the ground began to hum, the sound of unseen things waking in the peat. The 3rd trial awaited, and in its heart, something ancient was already watching. For a long moment, the Morrigan said nothing. Then she smiled, and in that smile was the deep pride of an ancient teacher. "Clever as the druids of old," she murmured. "You carry their echo, though you were never trained by their fires." She extended her hand. From the air materialized a slender torque, a golden neck ring shaped like 2 entwined serpents, their eyes small flickers of light. "Take this," the Morrigan said. "It is the talk of wisdom. It will warm when falsehood approaches, and it will glow when truth is near. But remember," her voice softened into something that might have been almost maternal, "wisdom is not the same as knowing." Elowen bowed and took the gift. The moment it touched her skin, she felt something shift, as if 1,000 hidden doors in her mind had opened a crack, and light was seeping in. When she looked up again, the Morrigan was gone, only a single raven feather remaining on the stone. The wind carried it upward, and it vanished into the dusk. Elowen wrapped her cloak tighter. The cliffs hummed beneath her feet, the sea singing its endless lullaby far below. She turned inland, the golden talk warm against her throat, a heartbeat of its own. As she walked, the land softened again, grass giving way to sand, and sand to slick stones where the waves kissed the shore. Here the moon hung low, silver and full, casting a white road across the sea. It was there that she saw them. Figures dancing in the surf, their laughter like bells under water. They shimmered, half human, half seal, and she knew them at once. The Selkies, keepers of the tide between two worlds. They turned toward her, smiling, their eyes bright and unafraid. One, woman tall and graceful, stepped forward, her hair long as kelp, her sealskin folded neatly beside her. "I am Selene," she said, her voice the rhythm of waves breaking on sand. "You have walked far from hearth and field, little one." Elowen will know hesitated, and then spoke truthfully. "I seek to heal the fading in my land. And my grandmother. She grows weaker with each moon. I was told the eternal bloom may hold the power to restore what has been lost." Selene nodded slowly. "The bloom is a sacred song, but only those who have faced their own silence can hear it. The sea knows silence. Come, sit with us a while." They sat upon the rocks, and Selene began to sing, a tune without words, older than language, woven from the hush between waves. Elowen closed her eyes. The song flowed through her bones, washing away every edge of fear. When it ended, Selene pressed a shell into Elowen's hand, spiraled, small, but humming with power. When storms rise, within or without, hold this to your ear. It will remind you of calm. It will help you hear what hides behind noise. Elowen thanked her. The Selkies smiled once more, then slipped into the waves, seals again, gliding like moonlit shadows through the surf. Elowen stood a long while, listening to the sea breathe. Her heart felt fuller, her mind clearer, as though both had been rinsed clean by salt and song. But when she turned inland again, a new chill had entered the air. The horizon darkened. The wind carried whispers of something vast and heavy. The Fomorians were stirring. The dark ones from the northern sea, whose eyes gleamed with envy of the light. And though Elowen had passed 2 trials, the hardest lay ahead. The trial of the spirit, where even courage trembles. She walked toward the boglands, guided by the faint warmth of the talk at her throat, and the memory of Celine's song still in her chest. The air thickened, cool and wet. Lanterns of mist drifted low, and the ground began to hum, the sound of unseen things waking in the peat. The 3rd trial awaited, and in its heart, something ancient was already watching. Night had gathered thickly over the bog of Allen, its mist rising like slow breath from the earth. The air smelled of moss and iron, and each step Elowen took left behind a faint shimmer, as though the ground itself remembered her. The moon was a silver ghost behind clouds, its light weaving in and out of the fog. Every now and then she caught the faint flicker of will-o'-the-wisps, those restless souls that danced between mischief and mercy. They drifted just out of reach, beckoning and warning in the same motion. Elowen tightened the cloak of shadow gifted by the puka. Its folds clung to her shoulders like living silk, quieting the sound of her steps. The talk of wisdom glowed faintly at her throat, and the air around her seemed to hush in reverence. Somewhere deep within the bog, a sound began, distant at first, then growing. The pounding of hooves, not the quick rhythm of a mortal horse, but a heavy, deliberate gallop. A sound that carried weight and judgment. The mist parted. A horse emerged, black as the void between stars. Its eyes burned with red fire, and its breath poured steam like smoke from a forge. Upon its back rode the Dullahan, the headless rider of death. His armour was tarnished bronze, his cloak tattered like torn storm clouds. In his left hand he held his head, pale, eyes glowing ember bright, lips curled in an eternal half-smile. In his right, a whip of human spine crackled faintly with ghostlight. The horse snorted, hooves striking sparks even on wet ground. The Dullahan's voice came not from the head he held, but from the night itself, every shadow speaking at once. Who dares tread the paths of the departed? Elowen stepped forward, heart hammering, but her voice came soft and steady, carried by the same courage that had seen her through the heart and the mind. I do, she said. One who seeks life, not death. One who walks the path of the eternal bloom. The Dullahan's laughter was like the sound of iron chains dragged over stone. Then you tread where no light lingers, he said. If you wish to pass, You must outrun the hounds of the wild hunt. Their chase spares no soul." From the darkness came a low growl, then another, and another. Shapes moved at the edge of vision. Spectral hounds with eyes like coals and fur that smoked as they ran. Their howls rose into the air, the song of fury and hunger. Elowen's hands trembled slightly as she reached into her cloak. Her fingers brushed the shell that Celine had given her, still humming softly, like a heartbeat from the sea. She pressed it to her ear and closed her eyes. For a moment, the roar of the hounds dimmed. She could hear the waves again, feel the calm of the tide. And then, softly, she began to sing, the same wordless song the Selkies had taught her, woven from patience and the rhythm of water. It rose and fell with her breath, gentle yet unyielding. The hounds slowed. Their growls turned to whines, their forms flickering like candles caught in a draught. The Dullahan's horse stamped, restless, its fire dimming. The rider tilted his head, or rather, the head in his hand tilted itself, eyes narrowing in curiosity. When the song ended, the mist was still again. The hounds had vanished, and the Dullahan's whip hung slack at his side. He dismounted slowly, the air trembling with his weight. He held out the head, its eyes no longer burning, its face softened by something like awe. "You have done what few mortals dare," he said. "You faced fear with grace and death with song. You have met the trial of the spirit." He reached into the folds of his cloak and drew forth a small lantern, its frame wrought from black iron, its flame a steady golden pulse that never wavered in the wind. "This is the lantern of unquenchable fire," he said. "It will light the darkest paths and reveal what cannot be seen. Use it wisely. And remember, courage is not the absence of fear, but the choice to walk despite it." Elowen took the lantern, bowing her head. The Dullahan mounted once more, the horse's hooves already fading into mist. When he spoke again, his voice was almost kind. "Go, mortal child. The final step awaits, not to fight, but to choose." And with that, he was gone. Only the slow curl of mist and the faint scent of peat smoke remained. Elowen stood in the quiet aftermath. The talk at her throat gleamed warmly. The rose upon her heart still pulsed faintly beneath her cloak, and the lantern's light wrapped her in a circle of soft gold. Her breath was steady, her spirit calm. From far off came a whisper, a voice carried on the wind. Lyrian's. "The final gate opens, Elowen. Return to the glade. The bloom awaits." She turned toward the east. The bog released her feet easily, the mist thinning with each step. Above her, the stars blinked awake one by one, as if the heavens themselves were curious to see what she would do. By dawn, she had reached the forest's edge again. The glen of echoes bathed in blue light and birdsong. The standing stones glowed faintly in greeting, and the great oak stood waiting, its branches holding the pale shape of the eternal bloom. But something had changed. The light that had once been gentle now flickered uncertainly, as if it sensed the weight of choice approaching. And in the clearing's far shadow, a presence stirred, vast, heavy, and cold. The Fomorians had come. The final trial was not of the heart, nor of the mind, nor even of the spirit, but of will. Elowen stepped into the glade as dawn gathered like a blessing in the trees. Mist poured slowly between the standing stones, and the eternal bloom, white petals veined with gold, shimmered at the roots of the ancient oak, its glow unsteady, as if holding its breath. On the far edge of the clearing, the Fomorians assembled, tall as twisted pines, skin the grey of storm-coast rock, armour grown from kelp and iron, spears salted by unkind seas. They moved in a hush, like tide withdrawing. At their front stood Balor of the evil eye, his single lid bound beneath 7 heavy veils, each stitched with runes that ached to be spoken. "Little mortal," he said, and even his whisper was a wave breaking. "You have strayed into the business of deeper hungers. Stand aside. The flower belongs to the winter that made it." Elowen felt the ground through the soles of her feet, the patient lift of roots, the slow counsel of stone. Her cloak of shadow breathed, the talk of wisdom warmed her throat. The rose pressed against her heart like a quiet drum, and the new lantern of unquenchable fire comforted her hands with steady light. "I know what hunger makes of a world," she answered softly. "But this is not yours to claim by fear." A faint breeze moved the oak's leaves, and from it stepped Lyrian, silver-eyed, dusk-cloaked, his presence quiet as snowfall. He halted at the ring of stones, hesitation passing over his face like a cloud over moon. "I am bound not to sway the scales," he murmured, mostly to himself. Then he lifted his gaze. And yet, what are oaths for, if not to keep a greater promise? The Fomorians rumbled. The oak's shadow lengthened. A thrush, stubborn and small, went on singing anyway. The first wave came. 2 Fomorian captains advancing with tidal patience, steel dragging like anchors. Elowen raised the lantern, and its gold widened into a circle on the ground. Within that light the air cleared, their heavy steps dragged, their strength became simply weight. Balor laughed, not cruelly, but as a fisherman who sees the wind shift. "Light is nothing without a direction," he said, and with a motion of his hand, one veil fluttered. The glade cooled. and Elowen felt the old ache of winter behind her knees. Lirian moved his fingers as if playing a harp. Wind braided itself through the boughs. Illusion blossomed like frost on glass. For a heartbeat, 1,000 blooms opened at once. Moon white, dawn gentle, and the Fomorians faltered, surprised by beauty. "Not to destroy," he whispered to Elowen, "but to delay. Choose your path." She centered herself. In her grandmother's kitchen with the kettle just beginning to sing. In the glen where leaves made soft sentences. In the song the Selkies taught her, that calmed storms from the inside. She remembered Sister Enya's rose, chosen over forgetful joy. She remembered the puka's mirth and truth. She remembered the Dullahan's horse steaming in the bog, and the courage to sing anyway. "Baylor," she called, "your winter is not wrong. Fields need sleep. Rivers need night. But a hunger that never loosens its hand is not rest. It is ruin." Another veil twitched. The glade exhaled frost. Leaves crisped and then unharmed relaxed again, as though the oak decided to keep its green a while longer. Baylor took a step, and the ground groaned. "Open my eye," he said, "and all your little mercies end." "Open your eye," Elowen replied, "and sometimes a mirror stares back." Her own calm surprised her. She lifted the lantern, letting its circle find the veils. The light did not force. It revealed. The stitching shivered. Threads of iron, threads of bone, threads of memory. The talk of wisdom warmed hotter, and she understood the pattern. Each veil tied to a grief he refused to name. Gently, as one unknots a ribbon on a letter from the dead, she sang the Selkies' tide song under her breath and touched the edges of the first rune with light. It loosened. A salt-scented wind passed through the glade, carrying laughter that might once have been Baylor's. The second veil gave to the steadiness of her breathing. In for the count of 4, out for the count of 6. And a forgetting thawed at the corners. At the third, a murmur rose from the Fomorians, as if distant gulls had found a new shoreline. One of them lowered his spear without quite knowing why. Baylor stood very still. "Girl," he said, softer than surf, "do not think there is kindness in looking." "There is only kindness in looking," Elowen answered. She turned to Lirian. "You hold the wind. Keep it gentle." He nodded. not command, but companionship flowing between them. The fourth veil parted when the rose at her heart warmed and pricked. Pain remembered. Love chosen anyway. The fifth, when the Dullahan's words echoed through her bones. Not the absence of fear, but the choice to walk despite it. The sixth hissed like quenched iron and loosened in a breath. Baylor swayed once, as if sea legs remembered a deck that wasn't there. Only the seventh veil remained, a cloth woven from winter noon, threads so thin they were almost song. Elowen paused, listening for the one note that would not break it, but ask it to open. The lantern's fire steadied. The talk hummed. She realized. This last veil did not bind his eye. It shielded it. From the seeing that would ruin him or redeem him. "Lyrian," she whispered, "if I strip him bare, I make him weapon. If I leave him veiled, I keep the world safe and the flower stolen." Lyrian's gaze met hers, stars laid still upon a lake. "Choose the path that keeps the most doors open," he said. "Life loves a door." Elowen drew in a slow breath. She lowered the lantern, letting its light pool low, so the veil gleamed not to expose but to invite. Then she did a simple human thing. She bowed. To Baylor, to winter, to the part of the world that says enough so that spring has somewhere to begin. "Your grief is older than my language," she said. "I will not tear it. But I will not yield the bloom to a hunger that will never be full." Baylor's hand hovered over the last veil. In the silence, the thrush sang on. Something old shifted in the giant's face. Weariness, perhaps, a harbour recalled. His fingers fell away. "Then win it by craft," he said. "Not by breaking, but by weaving." Elowen set the lantern at the oak's roots. Its fire cast a warm path toward the blossom. She touched the talk. Truth rose like dawn. She touched the rose. Love steadied her hands. She sang the Celtic song softer than a thought, and the last veil did not rip. It thinned. Enough for the eye behind it to blink once. Not in rage, but recognition. Seeing not a victim or a rival, but a bridge. Baylor bowed his head the smallest fraction. A tide turning quietly in the dark. He stepped back. The Fomorians lowered their spears, looking at one another as if unsure when they had last felt something other than cold. Elowen knelt. The eternal bloom opened toward her touch, petals unfurling like a sunrise, light gentling her face and hands. It smelled like clean rain and warm bread and pages turned by someone you love. Carefully, not plucking as conquest, but receiving as covenant, she lifted the flower. Visions poured through her. Maeve laughing by firelight, cough unwinding like thread. Fields waking green under snow that learned to leave. Seals bright as coins slipping through silver water. Tir na Nog's edges mending where time frayed thin. and beyond the visions a choice clear as a bell. Keep the bloom whole and step into a realm that does not rust or share it out, and live where things die and therefore matter. Elowen looked up at Lyrian. His eyes held worlds that asked nothing and offered everything. Eternity, he said gently, is a soft trap. She smiled. Sadness and joy braided. Then let me be a maker in the world that creaks and sings. She cupped the bloom in both hands and exhaled. A breath that carried kitchen smoke and bog night and sea salt lullabies. The flower brightened, then divided into 3 rays of living light. One she pressed to her chest for Maeve, a warmth that would move through veins like morning. One she gave to Lyrian, and it threaded into his cloak, restoring the thin places of Tir na Nog with a promise that included change. The last she lifted toward Baylor, not to feed his hunger, but to warm the room where hunger sat. It drifted like a calm star and rested on the 7th veil, so that what was shielded might learn to see without wounding. Thaler closed his eye behind the cloth and let out a long, deep breath, like a cave remembering it is also a hearth. A door, then, he said. We will try a door. He turned, and the Fomorians followed, their retreat not a rout but a tide going out to think. The glade lightened. Lyrian stood very still, as though listening to a far shore reopen. You have done what treaties could not, he said, wonder softening each word. You left the world larger than you found it. Elowen laughed, a small laugh because large ones break easily. I only sang to what was already there. He reached, not to keep, but to bless. His fingers briefly touched her brow in the old way, like wind agreeing with a leaf. If ever you tire, he murmured, look east. We will set a lantern on the water, and I will answer with bread on the windowsill, she said. They smiled, because promises like those are the ones that hold. She returned through the glen with the lantern steady at her side. The standing stones let her pass, their runes dimming with polite satisfaction. Crows lifted in patient waves. By the time she reached the cottage, the kettle was already thinking about boiling. Maeve sat by the hearth, eyes clear as river sky. Ah, the old woman said, voice rich as peat smoke. You took the road that wears its shoes out. Elowen fell into her arms and wept, the way land weeps rain after too long a drought. Maeve held her, then patted her cheek. Good girl. Now put that lantern there. Yes, where it can keep old shadows honest. Within the week, the hills remembered their song. Lambs stood on uncertain legs, rivers ran truthful, and in the chapel, even Sister Ivy smiled at nothing particular. On the strand, a selkie lifted a silver face and laughed. Storm turned inward to lullaby. As for the fairy realm, in places where the boundary thinned, night markets flickered back to life, mirrors that told you who you were when you were kind, salt that never clumped, cloaks that made you brave enough to keep your own name. And sometimes, if you looked just so, you could see a prince in a dew-woven cloak pause on a bridge, as if listening to a song he would never stop loving. Even the far north changed by a sliver. A room was opened in the fortress of winter, where captains put down their spears to warm their hands. And on certain mornings, the ice remembered the shape of a door. People came to call Elowen Bridgewalker, not because she crossed where others could not, but because she let what lived on either side find room in the middle. She kept no trophies, only a cupboard full of cups, so that whoever knocked might be given something hot to hold while they spoke their piece. When asked for wisdom, she said the same thing in 100 ways. Look gently. Breathe longer. Leave the door ajar. At night, when the kettle cooled and moonlight puddled on the floorboards, she would set the lantern of unquenchable fire in the window. Its glow drifted across hedgerow and field, and travellers slept better, knowing some light did not tire. And now, dear one, the story has laid its cloak around your shoulders. The bloom has divided, and the roads are quiet. Let your breath keep time with the tide. In for 4, out for 6. Again and again, like oars that never hurry and always arrive. The hills drowse. The glen keeps watch. Kitchen embers think their warm thoughts. Somewhere, a thrush finishes the day with one last tidy note. Rest now. May your dreams open like petals toward a kind light. May morning find you mended in the small, essential ways.